experience. I can see you this story. I think I told you where it started the book. Yeah. And there's a demand that makes a statement on behalf of the BLM. I refuse to do it. It's not that I'm not in Wall Street Journal, former law professor, multiple advisors, my company are resigning. What the hell is going on? And actually, the corporate America was in a different, weird place in 2020 than it is today. So I don't mean to be
You have 4 new voice messages and 1 saved message. New message.
Hi, Peter. This is Michelle from Planet Radio. I wanted to reach out to you and say that you guys wanted to do a job as a recruiter here. And I actually got the pre-screening and the scheduling for this recruiter here. So I'm interested in going over that process with you and seeing if we can move forward to the next step. The number is 562-356-1673.
To replay this message, press 1. To delete, press 7.
Hi, Peter. This is Michelle from Planet Radio. I wanted to reach out to you and see that you guys wanted to do a job as a recruiter here. And I actually got the pre-screening and the scheduling for this recruiter here. So I'm interested in going over that process with you and seeing if we can move forward to the next step. The number is 562-356-1673.
Replay this message, marked for deletion. New message. Please say yes. Message marked for deletion. New message. Please say yes. Message marked for deletion. New message. To replay this message, press 1. To delete, press 7. To save, to replay this message, press 1. To delete, press To replay this message, message marked for deletion. Saved message. Message marked for deletion. There are no more messages. Main menu. To listen to your messages, press 1. To send a message, press 2. To create a greeting, press 3. For
this is what I was thinking about yesterday. Okay, let's look a little bit at I'll say seasons, but I really mean the elements. Um, earth, fire, water, and air. Um, and then, of course, you have the ethers. But in my meditation earlier, what kind of came to me was if you kind of cross section the human body, right, as our kind of spaceship vehicle through this dimension. You have the bottom half, the root chakra, all of that kind of symbolizes earth. You have above that, I would deem fire. Above that, I would deem water. And above that, I would deem earth, or excuse me, air. And then above that, or all encompassing, is the ethers. So we could start accordingly. Of course, there are also other kind of understandings of that, as the expressions of the zodiac can be understood top down, head to toe. But for the purposes of just the elements in and of themselves, we'll start with that kind of model based off the groundedness of the root chakra, um, or just groundedness in general, earthen stability, safety, comfort. We've been speaking a lot to that as far as the expression of the Queen of Pentacles, the Knight of Pentacles, the King of Pentacles, to embody that energy. You may even want to practice meditations where you focus on your root chakra, opening, expanding. And that might actually act as a better landing ground for your blessings and your manifestation, financial opportunities that you couldn't even fathom. So that's something to experiment with your energy centers. So we'll start with Earth. You could also kind of take this as a wholesale, but feel free to apply this to the zodiac as well, Capricorn, Taurus, Virgo. But I primarily want to make this just a general for the element of earth. Okay. Which again, we all hold those elements because all of the zodiac is within us. All of the houses are expressed in our lives and in all our different aspects of our lives, and etc. etc. It's all one big kind of mishmash, hodgepodge, in a good way. So this is for Earth. Okay, you have Cancerian Leo here. King of Sword energy, quick to get up, kind, warm, mature. I always picture the traditional image in the tarot of the King of Wands, where he's kind of leaning forward, intrigued, gentlemanly, kind, non-gender specific. You have the tear imagery, and we know that the tear imagery in modern culture represents someone that has some bodies in their name. This king has the sword here. Okay, this king has the sword here. Quick to get up, quick to, doesn't really, I mean, is a king, but to the extent that almost feeling like he wants to get up and take action. Is intriguing here. All of these elements have to be channeled, right? The earth is the root, how deep your roots are. And it's my contest that, or my conceit, and I contest that can be worked on and expanded upon energetically. Okay. Now, this king is deeply rooted in the lineage of, we'll know it as the wands, the suit, the hierarchy that he comes from, right? This is all archetype symbology. But the question is, why does the king get up and move, right? If he doesn't have to. There must be something that he knows. I'm also getting like a synergistic effect, like the combining of the wand and the sword, the pen and the sword. We've been speaking a lot to that. It's been coming across as a conversion process through the grounding, right? If the sword is the thought and the electrical, the wand is, yes, known as fire, following your passion, knowing what to ground into your reality. And so you see how we're touching on all the elements here. But what are we missing? We're missing the water, right? And it's so funny because I was just thinking earlier about earth, wind, and fire. Earth, air, and fire. When I was meditating, I shit you not, it came across as earth, wind, and fire. But we're missing the water. And the water is the bonding molecule. It's also life-sustaining, feeding. It's a conduit, conductor. Almost as if like a conductor in front of a symphony as well. Playing with our emotions or creating movement in the emotional space here. So it's very interesting because what's coming across here more so is the emotional, almost as if it's missing here. If we're speaking to fire, groundedness, and sword here. But hilariously enough, we do have it featured here. We have it featured here in the tier. Is that not like bonanzas? I know people watching this, they always want to be like, what is this guy like? He's like teaching tarot, energy, like metaphysics. Like, this is why I do this shit, because you find shit like this all the time. And you're like, okay, so what? But how do I balance that application? Well, that's what we're trying to piece together here and understand so we can apply this to our lives and live an awesome fucking life filled with thought and meaning and purpose and reason and all that shit. The water is expressed here in sadness, though. But we've spoken to sadness only comes when we believe in the view that we're shown and given here. Sadness only comes from a misrepresentation or a misinterpretation that life gives to us, veiled, right, is the greater image, such as with afterlife, things like this. So what? So what? We're at the so what point. Spirit, so what? Someone could be concerned, letting their concerns and their worries get the best of them. Okay. I don't want to say it as simple as, oh, faith and trust, but we did speak to the King of Swords the other day in a similar position where no matter how bleak things look, 911 with the clock, this king knows better here. And he might even know better than the King of Swords in that in this expression, at least with this deck, it's utilizing other elements here, all of the elements. I need to use all of the elements for this. And it almost appears as though that we can never consciously know all at once. We have to throw caution to the wind, and we have to fly by the seat of our pants in some ways and know and trust that we have ingrained, instilled, learned, um, integrated certain knowledge, certain wisdom, so that it comes out at the right time. Right? We can't consciously keep everything here while we're existing. And another download that came through earlier was that when you are like in the twilight zone of like about to wake up or about to go to sleep, those are like the coaching moments. Those are the moments to coach the self, set the program, right, of the positive affirmation and intention when you're waking up in the morning. And then, of course, taking care measures of throughout the day. If you practice meditation, I just did a little 11 on the clock here, 30-minute meditation earlier. Let the brain, open and receive downloads. Let the brain reboot and clean itself. You don't have to think, okay, but you may witness thoughts come before you. I just like to tell myself, look at the back of your eyelids with your eyes closed. But this king again is coming across as, and he could be sad for the fact that someone else is sad on his behalf here. But I feel like the king, one could argue that the water coming out in this form, almost as if it's being suppressed or oppressed or repressed, whatever the right word is. Maybe he has a knowing or an inner vision, a bigger vision for why all of this is happening. Or understands that it's dutiful to make a certain sacrifice. And not for the sake of we believe that we have to sacrifice at the altar of the gods in order to get something in return. It's not that kind of sacrifice. 1, 2, 3, 4 on the clock. That's Old Testament type, kill your firstborn son type. This knows that in order for this person to be in its full power, thinking of the linearly in the hierarchy, it's almost as if he had to slay the queen before him. And usually, if we're thinking about hierarchy, the queen before is the king's mother, to my surface level knowledge or understanding. And it's almost as if in this lifetime, this person has to have slayed that for the betterment of maybe the overall general inheritance, 1333, of a kingdom or a bloodline or a lineage or a justice for all. In literature, there's a saying called kill your babies, where something is cute to you or quiche to you, or you love it, you fall in love with it, but to the point of it blinds you. Okay. And so it's almost as if this king in the making, or to be, understood, I have to kill this comfort zone if I have any chance of survival for myself, thrival for myself, inheriting of the kingdom for myself. And then we could also go into all the biblical, like, understandings of, I want to say interpolations, but I gotta refresh my memory on the definition of that word. I don't want to use it incorrectly, but this Nine of Sword is coming across as an external characterization, representation of what this king had to slay in order to achieve the height of his King of Sword. King of Wand here, because he's coming through as both. So, but it's greater than just the bloodline inheritance. It's the knowledge of the kingdom of heaven here and now as a conscientious choice, philosophically, worldview wise. And this actually is a better unfolding than the story would have unfolded as if this false queen, Nine of Swords in the upright, were never sacrificed, was never the emotional bondage, never sacrificed or done without or overcome or removed from. Now, there are higher expressions of this, versions of this, and there's a lower version of this, right? The lower version of this is when sacrifice is done in ignorance. Or we'll call them like the breaking of soul contracts. But in the higher aspect, this can be through the action of the fool, who has the background and the coding for this. This is why we get into the talk of like a rightful heir to the throne. Because it's almost bestowed by virtue. And in human understanding, we consider that as divine, right? I'm going to leave this here. I'll roll this video over to the next. I have an incoming call that I got to take.
You have a call from Psychic Source. To
What's up,
accept
Crackers?
this
How's it
call,
going? Good
press
morning.
any touchtone key.
Just teaching here.
Cancel, press the star key.
Teaching the science of the day.
You are about this caller is new to you.
Class is available.
Customer has 10 minutes. Please hold.
Only $500, one-time payment. Let me know.
You are now connected.
Hi, this is Dylan.
Hey Dylan, this is Billy.
Hey, how's it going, Billy?
Pretty good. I want you to look at a relationship I've been in about 7 months, 8 months, see where it's going. You know, it's been on again, off again type thing.
Okay, let me take a look for you. One moment. I'm just going to shuffle up the cards, pick up the energy. You said 7, 8 months, on again, off again?
Yeah.
And,
Yeah.
And is that of your choosing or their choosing?
And, you know, it depends on the circumstance.
Yeah. Yeah, so maybe a little bit of both.
She's just young. I think her part is she's just young and she's lady, you know.
What was that word? You said she's what now?
She's young and, you know,
Yeah.
party and play is more important, probably, you know.
Okay. Yeah, let me see what comes out here. And is this someone that you want to have a serious commitment with for the long term? Because I am seeing some serious energies here. So this might be what we're picking
Yeah,
up on.
I mean, yeah, she's sweet. We have a lot of fun together. Problem is, we're not even talking right now. So
Yeah.
what are you seeing when we're going to talk again?
Let me take a look here. Well, I am seeing the energy of, it's more of like a severing ties energy with the Five of Swords here. It could be that this person has other, I don't want to say options, but maybe priorities that they're trying to balance and juggle. If you do get the sense that this could be like over, then I would kind of think worst case scenario, but be open to whatever happens. I mean, 7 to 8 months is a good run, but you never know when someone's going to end things officially. But in the best interpretation of what I'm seeing here, I would just say that this person is being emotionally unfair, not playing fair here. I don't see the cards that speak to like a permanent ending, so that's a little bit on the brighter side. But this Five of Swords I really don't like, because it comes across as, to your point, of someone who's not at that level of a serious commitment.
Well, what happened on last Saturday night, Sunday morning? We were out with the girl that introduced us. Well, it was time to go, so I said, I'll go to the truck. They said, well, we're going to go to the bathroom. Well, I'm sitting in the truck. Well, the phone starts ringing, in the truck. Her phone was connected to my truck. And they call some guy.
Yeah.
He answers, and then they hang up. Well, when she gets in the truck, I confront her and say, hey, what the hell? Why are you calling some dude? She goes, it's complicated. I swore to secrecy, and, I can't say. And then she indicated it was for the other girl, which is married. It's somebody she's trying to see. What are you seeing that?
As far as that other woman trying to see some man.
Yeah.
Yeah, let me take a look here. Well, let's see. One moment. Mhm. Yeah, I mean, honestly, give me a second here. Because I do see this one feminine energy, and I'm just trying to decipher which one I'm looking at here. I could, you know what? I could actually see that being true. I could
Okay.
actually see, yeah, I could actually see that being true.
Another thing she said was this coming like tonight or tomorrow morning. Her and 4 other girls are going down to the valley to see another girl flying in. You see that being a girls' trip?
Let's see. Yes, yes, I do.
And the last question is the following weekend, which is next weekend. 8 days away from now, is her birthday, kinda. And we were supposed to go to San Antonio, do the Riverwalk, spend the weekend and hang out. Do you see that happening?
Let me take a look. Yeah, I could see that happening as well.
Okay. Well, I appreciate it, buddy. I'll get back with you in a few days.
All right, thank you, sir. Have a good one. Okay, so apparently we're doing this whole segment on, this King of Wand character in through the lens of earth and energy, right? Stability, the root chakra, those portions of the, Da Vinci's man, so to speak, and woman, or whomsoever they, them, zed, zitzer, what have you. Whatever you believe it to be, right? But let's try to look through the lens of the fire element here, because this king is representative of the fire element here as well. With the wand's energy, he's officially the king of the wand, but he carries the sword, right? The magnetic truth. And what we talked about early on was that in order for the sake of personal stability and being able to achieve, reach, and grow to the heights of what this individual is capable of, the protagonist, the viewer, the reader, the candlestick maker, whoever, this person had to slay the queen proverbially. Okay, the queen could be a mother figure or this feminine energy. It could have been a lover, significant other, what have you. But we spoke specifically to how these things can be done conscientiously with a spiritually inclined way of viewing things, or it could be done ignorantly For the purposes of this reading, we're talking about the spiritual path. So where things are done, although on the level of perceived foolishness, this fool energy who unwittingly, unknowingly ends up on the path of uh, kinghood has within him 222 on the clock the moral compass and code and grounding. Faithfully kind of implemented by maybe the queen herself, but she has exposed her limitations. And this may even speak to a higher societal implication of who's doing the teaching to the next in line on the throne. And that's a whole other can of worms and sort of, which we might round off back to here when we get to more of the emotional component here. The masculine expression of stable emotion that is wont to be taught. Okay. And that's WONT, not WANT. Although it may be unconsciously in the psyche of whomever we're referring to. I would say male in this case, but it could be female. And then if you want to play whatever game you want to play, but there is a need for order. Let's just say for the adolescent here, or the one that's like coming to, as far as what they will inherit or the helm that they will take upon themselves from their lineage. So let's look a little bit through the lens of the fire, right? Because this is the king of fire after all. Traditionally, he illuminates 4:11 on the clock. That's my birthday, confirmation. He leads, right? It's said that a man leads by the lighthouse of his heart. Okay. The wand is the magician's wand, fully realized. Okay. When it's on fire, the torch to illuminate, right? Opposite the devil card, which chooses to confuse and casts an illusion, a spell. 4:44 on the clock. Now, in the traditional tarot, we don't see a lit torch being held by the king. In some of the tarot that I do practice with another deck, specifically the Tattooed Tarot by Lana Zellner, I always shout her out. The king is illuminating the world with a wand that's on fire, meaning he's in his full magnetic power. He understands his role as the authority to author the autobiographical implication that is how his story ends, right? And we've been talking about that thematically. Our story in life is either a comedy or a tragedy, and you're never too old and it's never too late to write the happy ending. And you have everything at your disposal here and now to do that. Let's see. So the King of Wands is looking over the Nine of Swords, which is traditionally a weeping woman. So we have another example of the emotional element here. This time provoked by the storm that's going on, right? The swords are thoughts. The thoughts are electrical. So this is quite literally a storm, an electrical storm. But right now we're looking at the lens of the fire aspect here. Okay. Now, this entity whoever it is as the expression in the external world as a character in your life, or another variation of yourself, is a ship at sea, right? Um, we are all captains of our own ship, and uh, as we move through life, we're moving through um, admiralty law, maritime law. And so this entity unto itself is a ship. Okay. Uh, when you're born, you're birthed to the doctor. Okay, so you're docked. Um, in uh, in Black's law, uh, a legal dictionary edition, um, a person is technically a sea monster, right? But for the sake of what we're speaking to, um, we are captains of our own ship. That's why you're always in a relationship. That's why you're always all these words with ship at the end of it. But for the purposes of what we're talking about energetically, esoterically, this king illuminates from the heart space as a lighthouse for this person to dock or come on board with what this king of wands either has to teach or is about or their way of being. This king of wands can be a teacher to the nine of swords. And yes, you can be a teacher to your parents and your elders as well. Doesn't matter what your age is. And so this could be the dynamic in the relationship. If this isn't a literal external expression of a character in your life, typically feminine, okay, channeling D minor vibes, forlorn woman crying vibes. In music, it's the D minor. There might be something else technically, but just going off of the mood and the expression of the sound of the chord in music. Or this could be the internal expression of the self. So the fire component is the lighthouse, and I might make a part two because I'm ready at the 10-minute mark. Or you know what? I'll just make this really long. If I get interrupted, then I'll move on. Or then I'll know to move on. So the fire in this uh, story that we're building here is the lighthouse. Okay, and the ranking is the king, so we know it's high at high elevation in the hierarchy, like the height of a lighthouse. So whether this is the internal expression of yourself or quite literally a character in your life in an external expression, then you are guiding them to the heart, to the lighthouse, showing them the way of the heart. Now, this sword, um, just so we're calling out the elements, this could actually be a lightning rod as well, a conductor, a conduit. And he's pointing north to true north, Polaris and North Pole, whatever you want to call it. The highest of highs, right? Heaven is up, hell is down. And so ideally, he's in union with the divine to channel 1, 2, 3 on the clock. The highest coordinates or trajectory. I find myself often actually saying the phraseology of the highest of highs when I'm praying, when I'm doing mantras, tuning in to the highest of highs. You could call it something else. You could call it God, the universe, the cosmos. and this possibly is your ethical code, your expression as well, right? Think of a compass points to magnetic north. And so because this is in line with his magnetic code, he wants to be someone that finds the highest illumination for himself and then helps others. That might be lost at sea, shipwrecked, or in an electrical storm. Gemini energy, remember the swords are thoughts, and thoughts are electrical. We need to ground them. How do we ground them? We use the earth, fire, the wand. And then, not for nothing, when you're sailing, you're using the wind, the air, to cast your sails and be taken away. Now we're looking through the lens of the fire. The fire is the illumination, Promethean. It's coming through as knowledge that's been channeled. When lightning strikes the bark of a tree, the tree goes on fire. Okay, so similarly, when knowledge of self or the expression of the self as the highest of highs hits in this realm, the 3D, then you are ignited, you are inspired, you're on fire. And not for nothing, I was breaking up the Latin word yesterday of pirate. Well, it started with the word conspiracy because I was thinking, well, we're doing a lot of conspiracy in this day and age. Maybe we need to write that word into a prospiracy. So it's in my favor. Like paranoia to pronoia, it's in my favor. So this whole jag that I was on yesterday about piracy, prospiracy, you could get the root word of pirate, which, like a pyre, could be related to fire. Okay. But there's a lot of translations that you could do when translating from Latin, right? If you type in Google Translate the word from English to Latin, for pirate, you could even get "I love you" out of pirate, depending on how you space the word out. Pirate, I believe it's pirate, P-I-R-A space T-E is "I love you." That's pirate. So it just depends on how you're breaking it down, right? Also, I got "let it burn and it will grow." Okay, from slash and burn, or I believe that made me think to slash and burn. And then I also got some kind of interpolations of it or interpretations of it, to be sharp and burning, flaming sword. So the more that you try to break down the word and you flip the translations, it all changes. And one of those that I got was flaming sword. And what are we talking about now? We're talking about the lightning hitting the wand to ignite your wand in this almost like Promethean way. So you're a pirate at sea or a captain at sea, right? That might be the next word that I try to break down, captain. But flaming sword is one that I got from the play on words pirate. So I got conspiracy, con is a negative, and I thought, let's do prospiracy. But then I thought of the root piracy, right? Con, piracy, pyre. And then that's what led me to fire. And then I was just playing a lot with the words and flipping it. So some of the things that I got that the Google spat out to me was "I love you," "let it burn and it will grow." And then that made me think of slash and burn technique, I believe. And then also I got "to be sharp and burning." I got flaming sword. I believe it's like flamium caladium or something like that. My flame has been burning for a long time. That's another thing that I got. And then that makes you think of eternal flame. So the act of tuning into the divine, this is something that has been going on since ancient times. And I think that that was actually another word that I got from it is the word ancient. So this has been going on for a long fucking time. Needless to say, I know we know that, but we probably forget it. So whatever life path you're on, don't worry because it's played out in perpetuity through eternity in different um, expressions. But for the sake of what we're looking at now, this is quite literally that flaming sword that we're speaking to. So your thought is this kind of conducting rod to be struck by lightning, which is the divine, right? We're tuning in to it. We're channeling frequency. And this is all stuff that we've spoken to before as well on this channel, right? Especially when we take from the minds of Bruce Lipton and Dr. Joe Dispenza, when he talks about the quantum field, and then we get into manifestation. But this is this could possibly be manifestation from the place of inspiration. Now, something interesting that where we find ourselves is that we may very well likely be in the moment of where these things become a choice. I choose to be inspired. I choose to be motivated. That might very well be the nexus of where our being is from, right? We get into free will. God loved us so much that he gave us free will. Real love is based on free will. Whether it's agape, platonic, romantic. So we're working with a lot of irons in the fire here, pun intended. And I suppose the pirate at sea here, or the captain at sea here, well, traditionally, what are captains of pirate ships, or what are pirates looking for? They're looking for the treasure, you know. And the king is the king because he's in commune with the divine, and he knows that he's not separate from the divine. So, as Muji says, you know, the realization that you are the universal gemstone, you are that which you seek, right? And that's what this King of Swords is pointing, either to the lower version of himself, the internal expression of himself that still dwells and dabbles in the Nine of Swords, the crying woman, the sad woman, or even an actual character in his external life. Trying to think of any more fiery components here that we could speak to. Fire. Fire is passion, fire is warm. All attributes and characteristics that the king could be described as this king of wands, right? The wand is fire. It's also a luminary, illuminating. And it lights the way, it lights the path through the through the lighthouse of the heart, as informed or in commune with the highest of highs. But it can only be so because this king is in proper alignment with his roots as well. He can only withstand the lightning strike because of his groundedness, which credit can be given if this is a mother figure to her or a father figure if they've helped him in this way. And so this person can be choosing to help them back. He can sustain this information because he's firmly rooted and grounded. And even more so to the extent that he could see the con, he could see the fake that some of these swords might 2222 on the clock as I say this. He can see the truth because he carries the truth. And so when these swords are overwhelmed, it's because what respectively should have been grounding these electrical components, these electrical elements, maybe they've been corrupt. Maybe they've been dug up. Maybe they're purposely being pulled up. The carpet being pulled out from under you, so to speak. And this king is saying, no, 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 I have the one true sword here. Because it points to true north. These are all facades. You only need your one true north. Sword. The spade is a sword, by the way. Okay. If that hopefully ties that together for you. And not for nothing, but we got a lot of water imagery in the general reading, which I wrote in the comments of the live stream on the YouTube. The Ace of Swords in the upright, the Six of Swords in reverse, a lot of seafaring imagery. Six of Swords is individuals on a boat, literally. So we're cooking with gas here. Anything else is, I mean, of course, we have the Four of Swords here, which is rest, recovery, coming back, having docked safely after battle. If this is war at sea. And this could have been you at one point. But you took and found the one true sword of true north, which never abandons you. And now you're armed with it for life. And you might be at a place where you see completely through all the bullshit. You know? 2020 vision on your third eye, proverbially. It's something that I heard earlier. So now you carry your sword of truth here. And you've even integrated leaving these swords as well, or whichever ones, so that you only have one true one. Anything else for this fire spirit? I spoke to how it's a luminary, warm, life-sustaining, passion, inspired by the divine, action, taking action, helping those that the king sees are on the path, on the right path, on the path of truth. It's a truth seeker. Very lovely here. Anything else with the fire action? Can help others on their path because he saw himself in that position as well at one time. So the both helping of the self so as to now be able to help others, like a very Harriet Tubman Underground Railroad. Let me free myself so I could go back and free others. Possibly from the Matrix. right? We talked about freeing ourselves from Rhea, the evil mother, right, of Hercules. I believe it's Rhea. And in all like these kind of Freudian expressions, if you've had that individual in your life or what have you, an overbearing girlfriend, whoever, spouse, not necessarily gender specific. All right, let's roll this on over to the water aspect of this kind of water theme here, water world, if you will. All right. I don't even know how much time I have left here. So I'm recording a lot. All right, I guess we have enough time. But let's look at this story from the aspect of the lens of water. Now we're talking the heart. Now we're talking the lighthouse images of the Three of Swords, right? The phantom swords, because if you only have one sword of truth that you need as a lightning rod conductor, and the rest are illusions, I'm left with the traditional image of the Three of Swords in the upright, three swords piercing into the heart. It's like it's trying to stab water. Okay, you're not really going to get anywhere trying to stab water. Okay, the heart's primary role is the kind of emotional bonding, the element of water. I would say here, at least in the context of how we're defining it in this series. You talked about the maestro orchestrating the symphony through the emotion, right? So now we're dealing with the emotion, right? The tool to manipulate emotion, the musical box, the voice box, music instruments, and the heart, putting your heart into it using the emotion, right? The water. Emotion is water. And so now that you're docked home is where the heart is, back to self, you take one sword as your sword of truth. You have options of what you would deem truth, your version of truth. And maybe we can say it's the only version to the extent that it's aligned with the highest of highs and the divine and is on the up and up. You're left with these three that are now three swords. Three swords is the three swords piercing into the heart. Piercing into the heart is trying to pierce through water. And those that are heartbroken need to take the swords out of their heart so that they can get into the present moment and expand their heart space, turn their heart light on, the lighthouse of the heart on. and they need to cast their net into the right hemisphere, which is where God is, the creative, intuitive self. The problem with the sword is that it can be too left-minded oriented if it's not used as a lightning rod to conduct the intuitive highest of highs. Then it becomes this removed, cerebral, assassin, cold, callous, brass tacks, analytical, math science without the divine, which doesn't work because both feed into each other, whether we're talking the right and the left hemisphere or um, the secular and the spiritual, the mathematical and the spiritual. Science, math, logic feeds into the divine, intuitive, and vice versa. Now, we might be living in a world currently where that's trying to be presented as removed from each other, 4 on the clock. And that's not possible. Only the illusion of it is possible. And the illusion is, well, break up illusion. If we're just playing with words, you don't really need the Latin translation, but illusion is the ill you see based on illusion, based on the ill you see. And so the ill is out there because it can be casted as a spell, as an illusion by the devil or whomever, but likely maybe the devil, so that you can integrate it into yourself, into your soul, and remove your connection from the divine, true north. But if you see it for what it is, illusion, then you can't be perverted by it. So we're talking about trying to stab water at this point, which is very interesting. And you could buy into that illusion that swords could stab water or hurt water. It's a good illusion, right? It's a good trick. But you've gotten what you've gotten from the situation. And again, we spoke to the sadness of the king, right? Now, coming from the Three of Swords, sadness is typically, as a result, the illusion of sadness, mourning, loss, is we believe what we are seeing now to be the whole picture, but it has nothing to say of an afterlife or what's to come, even in this lifetime. And even to the point of hard coded in our nature, in our human nature, right? Our traditions, our rituals. Some traditions and rituals have death as a celebration. So maybe that means one bloodline needed to construct an afterlife, needed to write that understanding of an afterlife. Right? Elephants mourn, they cry, but do they have the capacity to create God? And Nietzsche said, if God didn't exist, surely we would have created him. I believe that was Nietzsche. And so, being human, the king goes off of what he sees and he mourns. But I have a feeling that that doesn't last because he understands he has the ability to write a happy ending and maybe even a reunion here as he reunites with himself or with the divine. See the Six of Wands come out here. Is that ethical code? So we're looking through the lens of the water, the emotion, the substrate of what we're kind of floating on in this storyline. Ships at sea, monsters at sea. The magnetic aspect of water, of emotion, as we know it through manifestation. Monstar, moan, can mean moon or one, mono, the moon star. Moan A, mon E. And I'm thought of the moon as the electric and the sun, or excuse me, the moon is the magnetic and the sun is the electric, right? Okay, anything else here for the water component, right? Water, we know the water is emotion, we know the water is magnetic. Now, the emotion is going to be um, we're either working with the term of vibration or radiation, right? Um, I believe we're working with the term of vibration because radiation would be the sun, right? The sun radiates. But we vibrate, right? In our emotions, in our frequency. And there has to be a discharge of that wave, of that vibration, of that frequency. Just like when there's a storm, the electromagnetic static or what have you gathers in the clouds and needs to discharge. And that's what the lightning bolt is. Similarly, when we hold that emotional vibration, there has to be a discharge of that. And I contest that, or I would argue that that's when the manifestation appears in the 3D, because you've held that vibration for long enough that you finally achieved and accomplished that. And so hence why you want to hold a positive emotion. I'm also getting a rising tide raises all the ships as well. High tide raises all the ships. Again, more of the up is good, down is bad. And I'm sure there are some like seafaring experts that know why a high tide is good, or it could just be metaphorical. for success, but maybe that means more fish to catch, more, better fishing conditions. What have you. Anything else about the water component here? We really didn't draw that many cards here for it. You got water here, though. The Three of Cup in the upright. This is success, celebration, romance. Okay. The 3 is half of the 8. The 8 is the butterfly, the resurrection. We're in a number 8 year. Okay, the butterfly coming out of the chrysalis. Feels as though the 3 needs the other half, which is a 6. The 6 is the soulmate. It's also the balance. So this king is at a place possibly where he could see above the emotion, the negative expression of the emotion. Remember, he's high-minded, so he's on the up and up, he or she. But this is finding the romance in the journey, right? This is how you can tap into it no matter where you're at in life. Or the celebration of it, the joy of it. The 3 reminds me of the Trinity. Okay, all of these elements are always with us. I always say it, right? The divine masculine, the divine feminine, the infant child, vulnerable self. That triad creates the container for the divine, the Holy Spirit, God, what you want to call. 551 on the clock. And this is empowering 1555 on the clock because now the 2 of Wands says, okay, well then, now that I know the ways of all of this kind of seafaring language, in this kind of energetic language or this energetic esoteric language that we're speaking to, I could go anywhere and I could see myself doing anything and enjoying anything. 1616 on the clock. 2 of Wands in the upright, the traditional image of the man has the whole world in his hand. Okay, that's also a reference to God. God has the whole world in his hand. And this man that knows himself to be not separate from God. Another download that's been coming through is the belief in God is the same as the belief in self. I believe that I could do this. When the self realizes that it's not separate from God, right? Both are similar in the conceptual of it, right? God as a concept, myself as a concept. Both need to be believed theoretically. And what did we break the word believe down to? We broke it down to the root end of that word, Eve, and to play off of what Santos Bonacci spoke to as Eve being I don't know if anagram is the right word or acronistic of wave. We're talking about the water, right? The wave. Go with the flow. Go with the time. Go with the tide. Push and pull. Low tide, high tide. So be like Eve, be like Eve, be like the wave, be water. Go with it. In and out, in and out, in and out, in and out. And if it's been out for a while, it's going to come in even bigger. Okay, depending on where you position yourself. But again, you are in the right position because you're able to see. You're able to see SEA from your lighthouse or from your crow's nest, 1818 on the clock, which is high above. So you have the vision. And sometimes the vision requires image, imagination, I magi. Sometimes the vision requires the magician or the musician or the mathematician. It's all saying the same thing. You're the magician, right? Would we like to project, personify on to God being this magical butler, right? So again, another similarity. You both are magical. Yeah. But what we're learning in manifestation is when you don't get what you want, right, when and where, and you pout, well, that's an indication that you weren't being current. You weren't being present. You were only upholding this emotionally positive imprint for the sake of receiving something. And that's not how it works. How it works is you uphold your genuine emotional vibration, and then authentically it comes to us, right? But in order to do that, we have to almost, again, shrink everything down to just right the present moment, what's here and available to us. And that's being in the Garden of Eden, that's choosing heaven, choosing the Garden of Eden here and now. Anything else here, Spirit? Anything else here, Spirit? So, in the human system, what is the discharge? Well, we have the lower component, that's the sexual, but then we have the higher component, and that is cerebral. Um, in Kundalini Yoga, it's the awakening, it's the um, recycling of the cerebral spinal fluid up. It's when the snake becomes the eagle. Okay. That whole process of redirecting your sexual energy up to the heart space and up, pushing the cerebral spinal fluid, whether it's the same or not, whether it's just energy or whether it's the literal biophysiological system of the cerebral spinal fluid recycling up to the pineal gland, causing the opening of the um, lotus, the crown chakra, or the activation of it, the turning on of it. I see the wand here over this. It looks like a chalice, right? This circular object with the wand, with the club logo, right? Looks like one of those Catholic or Christian rounded chalices with a cross on it. And crucifixion means to magnetize by 1,000. And that's what happens when you recycle and push up. Through your deep breathing, you contract and restrict the muscles and push up the cerebral spinal fluid up into the pineal gland, where that sacred oil is crucified, magnified by 1,000 in the tomb. And then processed and pushed to the pineal gland to wake up, all that stuff. And that's what this crown is as well. He wears a crown. And I would imagine that that crown, you see the emperor wearing the crown, actually used to represent enlightenment to some extent in some far off time long ago. Nothing like we understand it now. I mean, anything else for this water here? Anything else here, Spirit? I think I'll leave it there to 25 minutes. And then we'll talk about the air. I think I have enough time on my phone storage. Thanks, Hackers. Appreciate it, sir. And please, by all means, let me know if there's another name that you would like me to refer to you as. Mr. Crackers. Or Mr. Is the last name Schmidt? How goes it? Thank you, sir. Matt. Okay. Mr. Matthew. Is it Matthew Schmidt? His last name Schmidt? Like Jen? Did you use, Mr. Schmidt, did you use the, I received the money, so thank you so much, but I'm just curious, did you use the PayPal link that I posted on this current live stream chat? Or did you use the PayPal link from the text message that I sent before? I would just want to know because it would inform me if the way that PayPal is on my side is that, oh, okay, the top of this feed, okay. Because I was curious as if, I don't know how the PayPal links work. It comes across as though you have to generate them new each time. And so I was just curious if an old link could or would work, but I'm not concerned about that anymore now that I know that you use the link at the top of this feed. So, okay, but let's do a Virgo read. Let's do a Virgo read for Mr. Schmidt, Jen's dad. I'm going to be using this super deck. That's okay. And let me know if there's anything in particular that you want to ask or that you want to know about, or if this is just a general read. Either way, we're good. going to upload these videos while I'm waiting to start. Man, I did not know that I was going to do these long ass videos, but I'm kind of happy I did. So that way, when I'm doing your reading, Mr. Schmidt, I could have these upload in the background. So I could kill two birds with one stone. Because it usually takes a while for these longer videos to upload. I did not know that I was going to do this whole series that I just did here. But I'm very pleasantly surprised. This is why I love tarot. It's because you never know what the format's going to be each day. It's like this its own thing. Okay. Okay, we could tap into some general for this week. And I see someone else is in the room as well. If you would like a reading as well, please do leave a tip or a donation and I could get to you. There's a PayPal link above in the chat, or there's these app user handles that you can donate to, which are mine. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo. Spirit of gratitude, joy, love, and light, highest possible messages at this time from Mr. Schmidt, aka Crackers, aka Jen's dad. General for this week. Yeah, I mean, I'm starting to realize that tarot is, spell casting using the wand of the wag of the tongue and the thoughts. We're putting it into the ether. We're picking and choosing from the quantum field. Just picking up the energy here. What wants to come up for the energies of the week for Mr. Matthew? One second. We have this bloody King of Swords that came out again. I'm telling you, man. Came out as the King of Wands earlier. The King of Swords in the upright. Now, this is Capricorn Aquarius energy, but very well anyways, because we all hold all and contain all of these energies. No matter what sign you are, you might have Capricorn or Aquarius placements, ruling planets Saturn and Uranus. Saturn is about restriction and discipline. Uranus is about shock and awe and surprises. So it's like a surprise in the box that pops out. It's like someone, remember those dancers that used to pop out of the cake back in the day? This is cutting the cake. Sword, one piece. Very discerning energy, decisive, making a decision is what the King of Swords is based on. The King of Swords. Okay, you see King of Pentacle at the bottom of the deck too. Three of Cups in reverse. Okay. Not for nothing, I could actually even see this as our energies looking at each other. Me appearing as the King of Pentacle, you appearing as the King of Swords. This could be agreement, partnership. Three of Cups in the reverse. This could be the catalyzing energy, the crystallizing energy, narrowing down to the Two of Cups. Let's pull for the days of the week, because what I want to get into is the fact that each day is represented by a planet. Okay? Sunday is the sun, Monday is the moon, Tuesday I believe is Mars, although the etymology of Tuesday escapes me. I could look it up and see. Wednesday is Mercury, Thursday is it could be Jupiter. And then Friday is Venus, Saturday is Saturn. Let me see what comes out for Tuesday. Pulling on my translator. Yeah, Tuesday is Martis in Latin, and Martis is Mars. Friday is Veneris in Latin. Veneris is Venus. Thursday is Jovis, Jupiter. All right, so these planets are powering these days of the week. So let's see, we could pick for today, Friday, in Capricorn season, by the way, which is interesting because we said that Capricorn energy was coming through for you. So really tuned into the Capricorn energy. The season, right? We said that our swords are the conducting rod, the electrical component, our antenna. Whether we know it or not, we're tuned into the season of Capricorn. Masculine energy, engineering based, mechanical, notoriety, long-term goals. Okay. Little play on words here. There's the axe. Let me ask you a question. Everybody wants to ask me a question. Okay. Let's see for today, though, Friday. Right, Friday we said was Venus, which is Venus. Venus is the planet of powers, love, relationship. Libra energy, Taurus energy. Taurus is material relationship. Libra energy, 7th house, personal relationship. So we can see what comes out for those 2 days, or those two sectors, regions, aspects. Let's get it overall, and then we'll get for one for each. For Friday, for Mr. Matthew. I gotta look up and see what Matthew is, because I know the four Gospels, Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John, are the four fixed signs in the tarot: the ox, the lion, Scorpio, the eagle, and then the angel. But I forget which is which. And those, mind you, are shape in constellations or zodiacs that have a particular shape in the sky and are comparable to, and I've seen this done before, which is why I'm speaking for it, to certain, I think their molecular structure, if I remember correctly, of protein, the building block proteins of our DNA. I believe that's what it is. Don't quote me on that. But the tyrosine, adenine, gluto, whatever, I think it's like ATTC or something like that, that make up the DNA, the genetic structure. Okay, so Matthew is the angel. Okay. Not for nothing, but is coming through as the winged man or angel, Aquarius. And Aquarius is ruling planet, Uranus, right? And we said that that's the ruling sign of Uranus is Aquarius. So we have Capricorn and Aquarius that you're tuning into. Okay? Mr. Matthew Schmidt. One second, I'm looking here. So the King of Spades is, biblically speaking, historically, is King David. Okay. Power, authority, wisdom, King of David, or King David, I should say. David was the youngest of Jesse's 8 sons. And then you could go into the lineage of King David if you want, which I will probably do at some time. I got to find out who all the kings are because I know that they were in reference to someone. Oh, yeah. Yes. Yeah, tarot is quantum physics for me as well, Matthew. So, yeah, it's applied quantum physics for sure. That's very cool that you're an applied physicist by training. So we're talking King David, historical figure. Okay, Crown of Israel. I believe, I'm trying to think of what I know about King David. I knew something about King David, but I forgot what I knew about King David. But I digress. Let's finish your reading and then we can do our research. So we found the Capricorn component of this, right? We're in Capricorn season, and we found the Aquarius version of this, right? So we're dealing with both discipline, restraint of Saturn, but then the shock and surprise and expansiveness of Uranus. Okay. But let's see what comes out for today, Friday, Venus. Let's get an overall card. And then we'll pull a card for the material sector and then the relational sector. Ten of Swords in the upright. Now, traditionally, this is something is at its end. Tens are about endings. On the negative end of the spectrum, it could be feeling betrayed, backstabbed, something is ending here. Okay. Being overwhelmed by that electrical component, the swords are the thoughts. Okay, so this is for overall today, possibly. We say that when this comes out, that this needs that grounding element here, right? This needs to be grounded, these swords. And who better to ground the swords other than the King of Swords, right? So let's get one for the Turian material relational aspect of Venus for today, Friday. But the positive caveat is for whatever ending this is, there's a new beginning. So let me replace myself. Let me pull a card to see what's after this Ten of Swords. Because for every ending is a new beginning. So something is ending, possibly in the air here. Ten of Swords, Gemini energy. Two of Wands is like a bigger world view, right? Seeing the bigger picture, the world in his hand. He has the whole world in his hand. We spoke to this earlier. A lot of it's coming back. Okay. At a decision point, a pivotal, right? What's the word? Did Ramaswamy use a vector point? Because something has ended, so now something else needs to begin, and you are choosing, what do I want to begin here? Two different paths for the choosing. Traditionally is how the Two of Wands speaks of the duality. Also, not for nothing, it is the shape of the two, I believe, is the soul over the physical. Okay, the soul over the physical. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, Mr. Matthew. Yeah, 10 months ago, 10. And you know what? You're right on, because the sword represents what in the tarot? As far as the time component, it represents the month. So you're right on with that, Mr. Matthew. The wands represent the days, the cups represent the weeks, the swords represent the month, and the pentacle represents the year. So you are right on. Thank you for making that connection for us. 10 swords, 10 months. So now you are looking at it, well, what's to come here? I love when this tracks like this. It means we're on point. Let's pull for the material relational, right? Five of Swords in the reverse, a bridging energy, right? Taking the physical steps. The five in the upright is the physical, the cross. I got a refreshing on that, but I believe that that's what it is. We do know it is a bridging component here, the Five of Swords in the reverse, to move forward. All right. So you are in this space of moving forward, maybe even materially, by editing or changing your surroundings. a bridge forward, the other track on the railroad track that you're building, right? Choose your own adventure. Let's see for the relation or the relational. Let's see for the Libra aspect, which is love and however it wants to come out, or whatever form of personal relationships. Got the Ten of Wands in the upright too. Yes, sort of like ending. So you're ending, you're putting it down. As you said, you're thinking about dating, next step, moving forward. Trying to pick which story to write, which narrative to write for yourself. As am I, not for nothing. I feel maybe this is why we're resonating with each other. We're both trying to move forward, mourning the loss of someone in relation to ourselves as a significant other. Anything else that wants to come out for this? Yeah, you see an Ace of Pentacle here. This is a new start, a new beginning in regards to the material. And then what came out for the Ten of Wands here is the Queen of Swords. So we are dead nuts on because the Queen of Swords matches with the King of Swords. And she's a looking and a liking. So one thing is for sure is that you have a Queen of Swords in the vicinity. She comes after the Ten of Wands. So we're not speaking about the past here. We've already laid this to rest through this and through this. And after that comes a new Queen of Swords. It's very interesting. And forgive my lack of a better expression when I say a new Queen of Swords. But how about just a Queen of Swords in and of herself? She deserves that much respect, right? Very awesome, very awesome. I love seeing this. This is tracking. Okay, let's go on to, we'll do Saturday, that's tomorrow. Ruled by Saturn, restriction, discipline. Let's just pull a card for each of them. We don't have to go so crazy. That was, for me, very cool to see what just came out. Well, we could go really quick here. Let's see if we could pick up some overall themes here. Got the Ace of Heart here. Not too shabby. Right after the Queen of Swords. Ace is about a new emotional beginning, right? Possibly even a new relationship. Saturday. You may meet this person on a Saturday, Saturn's day. Maybe at a satire, maybe at a comedy. Maybe decide to go see a comedy, go see some stand-up comedy. It says tomorrow holds an Ace of Cups. Very emotionally life nourishing. This Ace of Cups. Cup of emotional solace, newness, fresh. To go with your Ace of Pentacle here. Not too bad indeed, my friend. Let's go for Sunday. Sunday is obviously powered by soul, the sun, electric. Soul is found at the bottom of the heart. Our soul, that's where the soul is located, the bottom of our heart. I love you to the bottom of my heart. This is an expression that we share to our loved ones. Could be a channeled message as well. Let's go for Sunday. Eight of Swords in the upright. Eight of Swords, very interesting. It is a low vibrational energy at times. We talked about that grounding, right? The swords are too much electrical thinking, needs to ground. Something hidden from your vision. You may feel as though you're too tied up to make a move. Not a literal move, but any move, any which way will do. Could borderline at times, the Eight of Swords can represent shame, guilt, things like this. Anxiety. It's a Gemini energy, so a lot of activity in the mental region that needs to be grounded. Remember, in your body, grounded. What can we do to stay present in my body to channel all this energy? You may even want to watch sports. Sunday is a great day for sports, the NFL playoffs. Writing is a beautiful way for Gemini to ground this electrical energy. I know that you're a Virgo, but this is channeling Gemini energy. This could be writing a new beginning for yourself. The eights are about beginnings. We also spoke to that butterfly aspect, the two halves of the eight. If you slice it down, it's a 3 on either end. So the butterfly is a symbol for the resurrection, for new beginnings. Could be on your mind, Six of Pentacles, giving and receiving. Typically, it has to do with material, money, value, worth, attention. Okay? That might be what's on the mind as well. Let's go for Monday, Moon Day, the day of the moon. One moment, I'm just keeping these in order. Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday. Very stable energy Monday. Knight of Pentacles, lifestyle, long enduring goals, steady Eddie. Slow moving but stable. Let's go for Tuesday. Tuesday is Martis in Latin. That is Mars. Day of action, possibly. Four Swords. This is a day of rest, recovery. Four Swords here. Replenishing your energy. Maybe from the stable movement of Monday. Let's see, Wednesday, Mercury. Usually we're channeling from Mercury, above, so below. Six of Heart in the reverse. This has been coming across as clearing the cast and crew of your life. Not everyone, but so as to make room for new soulmates, soul tribe, soul family members. Let's see, Thursday. We said Jupiter was expansion. Nine of Wands in the upright. So the Nine of Wands it could be an energy of resentment, baggage, having done all the work, but not getting the acknowledgement. It's next door neighbors to the Eight of Wands, which is also Sagittarius energy, which is also Jupiter, which is fitting because this is Thursday, and we said Thursday was Jupiter. Okay, Jovis, jovial. So you want to tap into the energy of being jovial, joyous. This is how you expand your magnetic energy through high vibrational emotional imprint. Joy, jovial, Jovis, Jupiter. This is how you expand. Right? And we said, what does Jupiter expand from? Expands from Saturn, the restriction. What did you get for Saturday? Saturn? Heart. Okay? The Ace of Heart. The Ace of Cup. So you plenish yourself by expanding your magnetic emotion, tuning into jovial joy, all that high vibrational energy. This is how you break through this as well, which was coming out for Sunday. Okay, Eight of Swords, because this person is restricted, tied, traditionally in the tarot, similar to the Devil card, which is Saturn, right? But this is saying, no, 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 no. I remember to expand my emotional. The emotion is magnetic. I expand my heart, open the emotion, open the heart, turn the heart on. So I could tap into the Eight of Wands, which is before this, right? You have the Eight, but now you want to turn the swords into wands. The wands is action, it's manifestation, picking an act to go with, to write your script. If I take a walk, go for a run, play some music, do this, what do I want to? But we have to be open to tune into, I want to say what our body wants, what our mind wants, but more so what the day wants for us. Because the day is casting a benevolent energy over us all days, always. And it's just a matter for us to tune into it. And there's your sword, your tuning, your divining rod, your lightning rod. Lightning in a bottle. You want to catch lightning in a bottle. But you don't want the bottle to catch you, right? Sometimes we do too much. And that can lower our vibration. So the Nine of Wands is a burnt out energy too at times. Okay, this is for next Thursday. We want to stay in the Eight of Wands. The Eight of Wands is light, fun, flirtatious, sexy, communicative, moving. It's very Sagittarius energy, right? Shoot your bow, arrow, and go and retrieve it. It's very fun. Play, communication. But how quickly does that become burden, baggage, resentful if we don't keep an eye on our energy meter, right? Sometimes we feel like we have to grind it out and do all the work and push and push and push, and then you're left with this Nine of Wands, someone that's done all the work. In the tarot, traditionally, it's the man with the bandage over his eye. He's holding the staff, and he has the 8 other staffs, wands behind him as a wall. A wall of action has now turned into a wall of resentment. I did all this work and I'm not being acknowledged. This is saying, no, you want to keep it loose, fun. And the Eight of Wands, the wands are flying through the air. Okay, almost as if you're throwing them back. Or shooting your Sagittarian arrows at what you want to aim for and retrieve and achieve. Anything else here? I would say if there's any shame or guilt about moving on or anything like this, if this is something you're trying to do as far as dating, I would not throw any fire on that. I would not throw any logs on that fire, right? You don't want to fuel or feed any guilt or shame that might come at the thought of moving on to this new Queen of Wand here. Traditionally Virgo Libra energy, by the way, not for nothing. Non-gender specific, you could also be running into a Capricorn Aquarius energy. This is Virgo Libra. Anything else here? We said this was Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. Let's get any closing energies, any closing overall general thematic for the week to come from Mr. Matthew. Yeah, taxes. It's so funny. That's what this is. Six of Pentacles is the scales of Libra being and the tax man paying out the coins and stuff. So that makes sense. It's a good idea. Oh, bro. She came out again. Queen of Swords. Is there any? Is there like a secret admirer, or is there someone that you have your eye on? Because she came out twice as wanting to be paired with this person. King of Swords. I think there's someone new for you, if that's what you're looking for. The fact that she came out twice, you know, I think that speaks volumes, my friend. And I think definitely she's a part of this new beginning, right? The new happens after the ending. These are the endings. But for every ending, there's a new. Very cool, my friend. I'm going to leave it there while we're ahead. Wow. That's very nice. It might be something that you want to build upon if there's potential there. Very cool, very cool. That was interesting. I'm surprised at all the synchronicities. Yeah, that was very awesome. I love that. All right, I'm going to take a little break. And then I may do part 2 or part 4 of that series that I promptly started and began. So we'll take an intermission, and then if you want to join back, You too as well. Thank you, sir. I'll see you again. Godspeed. I'll probably be back in like 15, 20 minutes. Take a short break. How's it going, city folk? Now I hear someone's in line for a healing reading. Is that true? It's going. Are we doing a reading? Are we doing a healing? What are we doing? I got the bat signal. Mr. Matthew shot up the bat signal. He said he was going to send payment for a healing reading. Let me know when said payment is sent. I'll get the cards ready. I didn't see it. I didn't see it come in, Mr. Matthew. Do you need the PayPal link again? Let me know what you need, because I'm ready. As soon as you set the payment, I'm ready. You know me. Time to hesitate is through. Time to wallow in the mire. Trying to get on the leaves. Never not a being on fire. Come on, baby, light my fire. Try to set the light on fire. You got the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. You got the masculine, the feminine, the child, and God. Come on, baby, light my fire. Sweet. I got it. Let's go. Boom, 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 boom. Chicka, 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 chicka. Boom, 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 boom. So I'm going to start with no worries at all. We're doing a healing reading, okay? So when I think of healing, I'm going to give my Palo Santo. And this is going to be for Jen and anyone else in the vicinity. So let's literally light up. Spirit of gratitude, joy, love, and light, highest possible messages and energies as well being sent through the quantum. I can already feel it at the top of my head. To Jen and everyone in the vicinity, all parties involved. Sending light and love and healing Jen's way. Light and love and healing Jen's way. Now, is there an area or a place specifically that you are thinking of when you say healing? Is there a specific place that you are thinking of when you're thinking of healing? So I'm visualizing your cross section, okay? You have the crown lotus chakra. You have the eye chakra. You have the throat chakra. You have the heart chakra. You have the solar plexus. You have the sacral. You have the root. Now, grief is probably in the heart space. Okay, so let's focus on the heart space. We're visualizing Jen's heart space. Now, grief is usually the Three of Swords. Okay, as Ramblin' Mike says, out. Take those swords out. Out. Pull those swords out. Pull those swords out. Out. from Jen's heart space, healing them over with love and all the ooey gooiness of warmth and joy, jovial, warm and hot energy, good, warm, cozy energy towards Jen's heart space. This is via the quantum. Abandonment. Yes. Now remember, grief is the three of swords, right? This is the heart. Three swords are pierced into the heart space. And so we're pulling them out. This is for your energetic conception, right? To visualize and understand what's going on with grief, right? You've integrated, okay, one of these electrical swords. And the electrical sword is the thought. You've integrated and brought it down from the crown. Now it's pierced into the heart space, right? And one of those swords may be in relation to abandonment, right? So the abandonment notion is that we are cut off from source, right? And it physically manifests in the 3D, expressed through family, friends, mama, papa, all that stuff. But in the quantum, they're merely expressions of the full magnetic aspect of the self, right? So the papa is a full magnetic aspect of divine masculine expression. The mother is the divine feminine expression. Children, friends, family, self, all that stuff. But the idea is the conceit that we are never abandoned, right? We are never in separation from that source, right? And the source is composed of what I say divine masculine, divine feminine, child, infant child, vulnerable self. We all carry these aspects simultaneously at once. Okay, in our energetic body. And that triad creates a housing structure or enclosure to hold the Holy Spirit, the divine, the soul, the self, okay, as a whole. The soul is in the heart. The soul is located at the bottom of the heart. And so we need to remove that falsity, right? Through this energetic esoteric understanding that you are not abandoned, right? One of the understandings is you are not who you are as you currently understand yourself to be, which is removed, but also the one, which is in separation. And this is the personality concept, right? Getting in between us and the divine. Only a self can feel grief and abandonment. Only an I can feel grief and abandonment, right? And it's stored in our energetic persona. Now, where this becomes out of whack or unhealthy is when we continue to play it back and forth, back and forth, back and forth, a hyperfixation on the narrative, on the storyline, a replaying of the integration of grief and abandonment, right? Upholding a false narrative, a false storyline. The recognition of I get to write a happy ending right here and right now, but that becomes a choice of the jovial, the joy, the happiness, the wholeness, the fulfillment, completion. I choose to feel happy, whole, complete, jovial, fulfilled here now in this moment, right? Many of us, we go to eating, drinking, food, sex, porn, getting a fix, getting a hit, because we're running off of um, that 3D old world outdated script, which is the archaic default, right, of the lizard mammalian himself. But to come into your full energetic charge is the choice. I choose to be happy. And when you choose that, you write that for yourself. It's no longer I'm looking at last season. I'm not looking at the last season script that we played and enacted. Now I'm writing a new script. The reason why we played last season's script of grief, abandonment, is because we haven't written a new season, right? It's like the first season of Seinfeld. I can't keep on playing that. I have to write another season. You know what I'm saying? So, so in your energetic body, this is your association with your grief and abandonment. And what happens is we integrate it as a part of our identity so that we can no longer feel our real authority to write a better script, which is the choice of happiness here and now, right? We feel like we have to be loyal to our grief and abandonment because the ego doesn't understand what the spiritual component, the divine aspect of us understands, which is that we can create. We are a co-creator. We could create something other than that. Okay. Um, the kind of energetic, ego-minded sense of self is this thing that is dying uh, and being left behind in the 20th century. Okay. So to be full-fledged moving forward into the age of Aquarius, into the age of spiritual awakening to true self, we have to understand what we are. Okay. And that means understanding that we're not separate from the divine, right? To believe in God, we spoke to this earlier, is the same as believing in myself. Okay. Both are notions or concepts, okay, that we can believe in. And the belief in them will empower us, right? And they're both magical beings as we know them traditionally. God is. We don't know ourselves to be traditional beings, but this journey is to realize that we are um, magicianal beings, magical beings, magnetic beings. Yeah. So we got the Palo Santo sending love and light and healing and warmth and all that ooey gooey yummy feelings, right? Which are choices as well. I choose to feel warm, loving, ooey gooey, all that stuff. So let's get a little nice little tune up in the key of G, I believe. Doing an energy healing reading for Tiffany right now, or for Jennifer right now. But it can be for all in the vicinity right now. You can receive this. Sending this to the heart of Jen, the energetic body of Jen, as well as all else involved in the vicinity. tuning to the highest of highs to guide the path, watch and unfold it. As we write our lives as the divine comedy, as opposed to the tragedy. So, also, one more thing that I like to do here. Now, be mindful because this can trigger some star card energies, right? Which is water on the floor, dropping things, bathtub spilling over, hot bath, um, breaking ice. Okay. Not that I'm wishing this on you, but these are just phenomena that I've noticed. But if you can put your hand on your heart, everyone involved, but this energy healing specific for Jen, if you can put your hand on your heart and repeat, in your own words or mine, what have you, but and with your consent, but I forgive everything, anything and everything, past, present, future, inside and out, and back in again, on all timelines. I forgive everyone and everything, including myself, and I let go and release back into love and light and the highest highs. Any and all grief or fear of abandonment itself. These may have been lessons or tools, even that were provided to me on my journey to learn the next step to take. But I've already learned this step and lesson. And I no longer require these tools. And I release them back to that which they came from. With love and light. Amen. Now we could do a little bit of tarot to see what's coming through energetically for Jen. We just did the Palo Santo. Where Jen mentioned she saw a purple flame come through, which I could get that. What with the computer screen and all. We did the Tibetan sound bell. We just did the release moment. Let's pick up that energy. For Jen, spirit of gratitude, joy, love, and light. Highest possible messages at this time for Jen. As we exalt her presence, her energetic body, both in the 5D and in the 3D, and all other realms and timelines, past, present, and future. And we cover her and clothe her with love and light and warmth and healing energy, healing presence. Anything else that you would like to speak to Spirit through the cards at this time? Energy chakras, energy centers open, balanced, healthy, and vibrating with source, highest of highs, love and light, and health. Releasing any and all physical ailments as well that may be expressions of pain of grief and abandonment, and anything else that might be currently affecting her. This is for Jen Spirit. These cards are for Jen. Let's get one more shuffle. See the King of Sword here in the upright. Now this character came out and we had a whole litany of information for him. And luckily we recorded him earlier, and I will send you the links to those readings, but this is very much so the main character that came out for us in the earlier reading that I did for Mr. Matthew Schmidt. He's overseeing a structure, an enclosure. It could be a dwelling, place that you lay your head at night, place of business or work or schooling. Collaborative effort as well. Face off with the King of Swords. Okay. So this is dead nuts on, as I say. Pardon the expression. But what came out earlier, this is what Mr. Matthew drew, King of Sword, and this is what Jen is drawing, King of Wand. And this could be their living situation. We want to be mindful of the energy that we imbue our environment with as well. So I do recommend Palo Santo or white sage, sound bell to clear the vibration of the dwelling. Anything that we need to know, because the characters are right on. They're coming through loud and clear. Two of Pentacles, this is a balance of priority here. This is good movement. I like it. I'm not mad at it. Anything that we need to know, Spirit? Anything that we need to know? You both might be playing the energy between each other. All right, you might be both creating a feedback loop of the energy between the two of you. Okay, so you want to be mindful of that feedback loop. Okay, that might be playing between the two of you. Okay. Okay, Five of Swords in the reverse. This is a bridging energy. This is good, conducive to connecting. Okay, both on the same page as far as moving forward, putting down the past, putting down the burdens, the overexertions, the taking too much on your plate. This is focusing on quality rather than quantity, craftsmanship, high quality expressiveness. Okay, we know this is the work card, but it's so much more than work, right? It's more so, could be an expression of your life's purpose, right? It doesn't necessarily have to be a traditional means of work or income as we know it. Yeah. Yeah. I do see that feedback loop energy here. And the reason why I say that is because you have the 2 and the 5 make, or the 2 and the 3 make the 5, and the 5 is traditionally depicted as two individuals casted outside of the church. Now, the church I understand to be symbolic of the church of self. So the more that you both respectively go into the self and commune with source in the divine where it's housed, right? Your direct telephone to source is the soul. The more you dwell with that in meditation, or it could be writing, okay, anything that allows you to lose sense of time in a healthy way. Okay, if I get lost in writing or music, or you are doing the dance with the creative force, okay, the divine, which we are able to tap into at any given moment in any given day. And this is working with the divine, right? It's intuitive. It could be anything: gardening, metallurgy. You could work with leather. You could do whatever you want. But it's that process of releasing the self, right? Letting go of the conceptual. I also see a feminine energy here, Queen of Pentacle, oftentimes Sagittarius, Capricorn energy, very giving, kind, warm nature. And this person may actually value the respective work that you choose to do, Jen, or you choose to do, Mr. Schmidt. Yeah. Mhm. Now, the only thing I would say is that if this is a healthy relationship, this individual can bestow value upon you, right? See the work that you do, right? Because she's at a mastery level of this energy. Yep. Anything else here, Spirit? Yeah, so it could be the Queen of Swords has been coming through here. Okay, now she came out famously earlier today when I was reading for Mr. Schmidt, and I know he mentioned a loved one passed away, his wife. So I'm not sure if that is your mother, Jen, or if this is someone else. I'm not sure what the lineage is. She's coming through here. Now, was that your mother that passed away 10 months ago, or was that a stepmother? Or the only reason I say that is because behind her was the Four of Pentacles. So, depending on the relationship, she could have brought that sense of stability. Okay. The four is about stability. That's backing her up. Okay. I don't want to presume or imply what the relationship was, because I don't know. You know, uh, but I'm just trying to put the pieces together for you. So, but she could have represented stability. And I feel like that is significant because remember, we started off with the 3. And the 3 is the removal of the 1, right? So it could be her removal that you've integrated from the outside to the inside. One of the swords that is piercing the heart, causing grief, abandonment. You know what I'm saying? So, when you work with the energy of embodying, uh, say it's her energy that you feel abandonment from. For example, it could be it could be something else. But let's say it is that you would work with embodying the energy that she represents for you and to you. Okay. So as to continue to construct that sense of stability for yourself. Anything else here with this 3 of hearts in reverse? Spirit. Yeah, I see stable growth moving forward with the Knight of Pentacle meets the 7 of Pentacle, and that's always very lovely to say, lovely to see. The 7 of Pentacle is the rootedness. It's vegetation. It's a tree. It's something native, natural with roots. Okay. Maybe even possibly focusing on your root chakra as well, groundedness, stability. That's what the Queen of Pentacle represents. Native to her own energy, her own essence. It comes from something, it's a part of something. It is not alien, it is not abandoned, it's always with. And it's never been without, even though the ego mind may try to present us with the illusion of being without for us to purchase it, right? But it only requires for us to buy it before it has any power. We have to purchase that idea. Okay. And so we reject it. We don't accept and integrate that any longer. We've removed it. And we integrate the idea of wholeness, happy, whole, and complete here and now because I choose it, because that is my authority, my birthright. Okay. Yeah. There's that 5 of Pentacles that I was speaking to. There's the 3 of Swords. Remember I said out, out, out. We're commanding the swords to come out of the heart. Yeah, I feel like there's some sort of crossroads with this Queen of Sword figure. Almost like a decision. It may also have to do with the value that your sister has to bestow to you or something of this nature. Anything else here to wrap up for Jen? And of course, if you have any other questions for the energy, let me know. Advice to reaching out or not to your youngest kid. Let's see, Spirit. Advice on reaching out to the youngest. Now, has this person blocked you, or are they ignoring you, or purposely being not responsive? This is advice. Could be emotional crutch, emotional immaturity. Coming out of conflict, though. Yeah, ghosted by your own kid. King of Pentacle here. And what was the reason? Was there a specific reason or just general anger? I wonder if we've spoken to this before. I do see communication here. If they haven't literally blocked you, I would just, yeah. I do see communication here. I just feel like this is something where you have to let this individual know that, what's done is done. And if I choose now to establish a relationship with you based on communication, then that's what I'm going to do. I'm getting another call. But what you want to do is you want to set the precedent of I'm reaching out, I'm doing the legwork. Okay. And if still to no avail, then that the onus would be on her. And that's something that you would still just have to, everything that we said about grief, embody that just because she's ghosted you, you are not separate from source or not whole.
You are now connected.
Hi, this is Dylan.
Hey, boy, how you doing?
Good, how about you? Okay. Okay. Yeah. Let me take a look for you. 1 second. I feel like he did. Yes, I feel like he did. Let me see. I'm not really getting that this person is being receptive to this. And are you guys on good terms, or is there a little bit of a scuttlebutt between the two of you? Yeah. So you guys are. So he wouldn't. There wouldn't be a reason why he would. You guys are on good terms, right? Um. Let's see. Hmm. Yeah, it could be. It could be, but yeah, I'm getting that this person is the energy is not coming across as available. So yeah, I can see that there's too much on this plate right now. Yeah, I'm not. What was that? Let's see. I could see yes. I could see yes to that. Yes. Yeah. Well, that's why I was wondering if you guys are on good terms, because this person is coming across as not available, but it's coming across as like maybe emotionally. So, you know, um, yeah, sure, yeah, yeah, yeah. I can see that actually. Yeah, I do see that. King of Swords here, high ranking. Yep, boss. Mm. Okay. Right. Yeah. Yep. Right. Yeah. Like a call or a text. No. That person, I'll tell you what. You two crackers, Mr. Matthew. Yeah, I'm reading your comments here, Jen. As far as because it is about, at a certain point, you want to have the message be known that you are reaching out and what have you, so that the 3D persona that is your daughter can't say that you didn't reach out, right? But on a quantum emotional energetic body level, she is acting in a karmic lesson form as the illusion that the devil gives to you to purchase grief, abandonment, sadness. So by proxy, the price of your soul. Okay. And so in so many ways, with all due reverence and respect to how we feel about these entities that are our blood family, you must still choose wholeness, fullness, happy, whole, and complete. So paradoxically, that's how you come out of this. Remember, it's the comedy, it's the divine comedy, not the tragedy, right? The tragedy would be, oh, I'm grief because of X, Y, Z. Da, da, da. It's like, no, comedy. Uh-huh. Yeah, I hope that if you're still in the room, Jen, I hope that like I do believe in being able to send energy, and I hope that if you don't feel it in this moment, that you do feel it in the days to come, and maybe you can start to integrate some of those concepts because the concepts can be healing as well. Okay, so I hope that you can integrate that in your worldview and your philosophical understanding of what's going on, so that you could continue to choose happiness, wholeness, completeness now and in every moment. Okay. and have that be a course correction for yourself, a self-correcting to your true magnetic north. Okay. Yeah, I was, of course, I got a very kind of low level, low vibrational phone call. Somebody that was calling me on a psychic line. So my apologies for that. I didn't mean to interrupt, the reading that we were doing. But so I don't know who else is in the chat. But let me know if you need anything from me. If not, I'll probably end the stream. I'm going to try to get a workout in. Okay. All right. I'll probably end the stream if you guys don't need me any longer. Actually, I might leave it on and I'll just tell people to text me if they want to reading. Hello? Yes, this is he. Yeah, of course. Thanks for calling. Okay. Yes, perfect. Um, Technically zero, but I would say at least like one or two. I did some admin work for the AR department. I come from a billing coordinator background, some accounts payable background, but all of those departments finance experience I did, so I'm sure my skills are transferable. Yes. That might be out of my range. Are you working anywhere vicinity wise or just that area for placement? Okay, then I would not be a good candidate for that. Yes. Bradley?